Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are St. Louis.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball, and tonight the homestand continues. It's the first of four as the San Diego Padres make their way to the Gateway City to take on the St. Louis Cardinals. In the lineup tonight, the red-hot Jason Hayward, Arcia in the driver's seat, great numbers in his career, minimum 110 plate appearances. Hayward hitting nearly 400 against the San Diego Padres. With Jim Hayes and Al Raboski, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Delighted to have you with us as we get you set for baseball. And it's a good pitching matchup. And it's Tim Cooney, his second Major League start. And he'll face a lineup and a team that has completely changed from a year ago.
Yeah, they really had one of the most active teams in the offseason, really made some dramatic changes, and so far, there's 3 games better than a year ago, but still under 500.
All right, when we come back, we'll take a look at some of those changes, in particular with the lineup of the San Diego Padres. They do have some big boppers in there and some big names. The Padres and the Cardinals coming up. It's game number 1 on Fox Sports Midwest. Big names now in their lineup. Kemp, Upton, Myers, who is hurt, James Shields, part of their rotation, and one of the game's best closers, Craig Kimbrell. Leading the way, though, has been Justin Upton. Upton, a year ago, over 100 RBIs with the Atlanta Braves, came over an offseason deal, and so far he's put up good numbers, batting cleanup for the San Diego Padres. 14 home runs. He's driven in 46. He's in their lineup tonight. It's game number 1 of a 4-game set. The San Diego Padres and the St. Louis Cardinals coming up on Fox Sports Midwest. On Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. Make a plan to make it home. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And visit your local Mid-America Chevy dealers for great prices on our all-new 2015 vehicles today. Well, let's hope the rain stays away after all the delays last night, the delays throughout this homestand. Cardinals dropping 2 straight to the White Sox, and now the San Diego Padres are in St. Louis for their lone visit. Melvin Upton Jr. will lead it off, followed by Norris and Kemp here in the first. Upton, Solarte, Jerko, Hedges, Barmes, and Ross, the starting 9 in the lineup for the San Diego Padres. An offense that was terrible a year ago, and they're currently 14th in average in the National League this season. They're facing Tim Cooney, and it's 0-2.
Tim Cooney making his second major league start. Yesterday he was named to the Pacific Coast League All-Star team, but he's happy to be here and making this start in Jaime Garcia's place, who will start next Tuesday, one of the doubleheader games.
0-2 pitch taken high. Melvin Upton Jr. comes over from the Atlanta Braves, and this is only his 9th start of the year.
And started on the disabled list. He had a foot injury.
Reaching for it, slowly hit. Cooney bare hands and safe at first. An infield hit. He can run.
A little swinging bunt, and he starts out that way. See the Hyundai pitch arsenal. You see the four-seamer, the curveball, the changeup, and slider. Now, he's not a hard thrower. Tim Cooney has to be a pitch maker. He has to keep the ball out of the middle of the plate. If he keeps it in the middle of the plate, he doesn't have the velocity to throw it by someone.
Well, Cooney threw a first pitch strike to 2 of the 15 batters he faced in his only major league start. That was against the Phillies on a Thursday afternoon. Did not last long, but the offense picked him up, and now he picks off Melvin Upton Jr. That's something Cooney has. He is one of the best pickoff moves in the organization.
We just saw it right there, and that's a good way to neutralize the Padres, and now he can take a deep breath. Big lead right there, and he picks him off. Went on first move, and he picked it wrong.
An offense right now as Derek Norris digs in that has seen them outscored 12-0 in the games against Seattle. No runs, 4 hits, 63 plate appearances for the Padres, .071 average. They haven't scored in 21 straight innings.
And Seattle threw back-to-back shutouts against him. Norris is playing first base tonight. He is their #1 catcher. And you see those power numbers, 11 home runs and all the RBIs.
He comes to the Padres from the Oakland A's.
And his 11 home runs is already a career high for him. It'll be his 3rd start this season at first base, and with 70 games behind the plate.
2-1 pitch and a fly ball lifted into right field. Jason Hayward out, number 2. The Cardinals behind Tim Cooney tonight with Randall Grichuk in left, Peter Borges in center, and Jason Hayward in right field. Carpenter at third, committed an error late last night, his 8th. Peralta only 3 errors this year at short. Wong and Reynolds on the right side. Yadier Molina is behind the plate. And here's Matt Kemp. Comes to the Padres from the Dodgers. Season ticket sales increased 600% for the Padres this offseason. Adding some of these big names. It's the largest increase in baseball, and Kemp being one of the biggest names that they added.
Yeah, Kemp really got off to a slow start, particularly the home runs. Just 6 now, but he only had 1 in about the first 40 games.
Couldn't stay healthy the last couple of years with the Dodgers.
Yeah, he had a good second half last year for the Dodgers and finished strong, and so picked up by a rival, the Padres. They even had him leading off for a while this year.
1-1 is a high fly ball lifted into right. And there's Hayward again. A 1-2-3 inning for Tim Cooney near the top of the first. Cardinals coming up in the bottom half.
Colton Wong will lead it off, batting .289 this year with 9 home runs and 36 driven in. Very well could be announced in the All-Star game this weekend. Followed by Matt Carpenter and Johnny Peralta. Then Hayward, Molina, Grichuk, Reynolds, Borges, and Cooney. And the Cardinals face an all-star from a year ago, and that's Tyson Ross. He is a good one.
But Dan, the one thing about him is he doesn't throw that many strikes. And this guy, you're right, he is really good, relies so heavily on the slider. And you do not want to be overly aggressive with him.
2 balls and no strikes. ERA on the road is under 3, 2.91, which is 12th best in the National League. Fastball in there for a strike, 2-1. Doesn't give up a lot of home runs.
Only 3 this entire year. That's second best in the National League.
Evens it up at 2-2.
And because of his wildness or pitches out of the strike zone, his pitch count gets up there high.
And a strikeout after falling behind 2 balls and no strikes. Ross comes back to gets Colton Wong, and that's our Monday pitch arsenal.
And you can see the sliders right there. He throws more sliders than anybody in the National League. Did that last year, and now he's even relying on it even more this year.
The team that shifts the fewest in the National League, the St. Louis Cardinals, and the Padres are around 500 times in terms of a shift this season. That's the top third of Major League Baseball as they have shifted here for Carpenter. By comparison, the Cardinals have shifted 89 times this year.
Wow. And I would imagine, you know, with the Padres and Bud Black being fired, let go, and having Pat Murphy. By the way, the Cardinals have a couple of batting practice pitchers that are college coaches, and they were over there talking to Pat Murphy, thinking their hopes are still alive. Pat Murphy was at Arizona State, a college coach. Then he did come in and was a AAA manager. And he's the interim manager for the Padres right now.
Really well respected throughout the game, too. 3-1 the count here on Matt Carpenter, who's batting .275. Now with 2 strikes, very pronounced shift against Carpenter. The third baseman Solarte near the bag at second base. And it's a 1-out walk. Issued to Matt Carpenter. Brings in Johnny Peralta. Justin Upton in left, Melvin Upton Jr. in center, and Matt Kemp is in right. Solarte, Barmes, Jerko, and Norris along the infield. Austin Hedges behind the plate. Dobbs Tire and Auto Center's defense. Only 13 stolen base attempts against Hedges. He has caught 6 this year. Inside to Peralta.
Hedges just their young catcher that they really like. I think he's going to blossom into a very good player. And arm strength is one of his best suits.
The Cardinals had to disable John Jay, dealing with a wrist injury. That cleared the way for Tim Cooney to make this start tonight. So from the left side of the bench, the Cardinals have Greg Garcia. And on the right side, Pete Kozma, Tony Cruz, and Xavier Scruggs.
And I find it kind of interesting because there was the thought, without putting a player on the disabled list, that the Cardinals would take away one of the position players and keep 13 pitchers. The problem with the Cardinals right now is not pitching, it's offense. But with John Jay being disabled, you know, that was the move to bring up Cooney.
About a month away now from the trade deadline. Be interesting to see what both these teams want to do. And there's a look at John Jay. It is funny, though. You watch in a major league season, the first month you would have said, well, the Cardinals need help pitching. Guys weren't going deep into games. Bullpen was taxed. Now Adams is down. Holiday is out. And that's into center field for a base hit. And stopping at second, Matt Carpenter. First hit for the Cardinals tonight, Missouri Lottery Fox Tracks.
Johnny Peralta, who's Triple Crown winner, gets that slider. It's down the bottom of the strike zone, but he just put a very defensive swing on there, made sure he made contact, and it paid off. That's one of the things, too, Dan, that the defense of the Padres is suspect. And so that can have a dramatic effect on the pitching staff. And we knew last year they were a very good pitching staff, but it doesn't translate to this year.
In particular, their outfield defense has been poor. One of the reasons that you do see Hedges in this game is that Ross is slow and deliberate to the plate. 24 stolen bases against him this year. That's most in the National League.
And Norris, you know, is not considered a very good defensive catcher. He's more of an offensive-minded player.
Here's a 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Jason Hayward's been swinging a hot bat.
It's good to see him the way he is swinging. Much more relaxed. He looks in the batter's box. He doesn't look as tight. Those hands a little further away from the body.
Two and one. I see the Uptons out there. I see Jason Hayward, and I think about all the changes the Atlanta Braves have made from this time last year. That's a different looking team, too.
Absolutely.
It's Justin Upton in left, the former #1 overall pick. The 2-1 instead of check on the runner at second. That's Matt Carpenter.
Talking about #1 picks, the Padres have Tyson Ross' younger brother was a #1 pick. He's at A-ball, but their goal is to hopefully pitch in the same team together. About 6 years, 7 years difference in the ages.
San Diego is 37 and 43. They've dropped 3 straight. 8 games back of the Dodgers. They start with a 2.5 game lead in the NL West. Here's a 2-1 pitch. In the dirt, blocked very nicely by Hedges. Runners stay put. You can almost see it happening with Bud Black. Make these kind of changes. Team gets off to what management looks at as a poor start. Someone's got to pay the price.
Yeah, and the changes they made, they wanted to kind of jumpstart this team, and they were looking for it to be a contending team, and it still may, but it cost Bud Black his job.
And that's a walk to Hayward. So 2 in the inning, bases loaded for Yadier Molina.
Padres with a day game on the West Coast. They actually got into town last night when the game was still being played. Talking about rain, on June the 30th in San Diego, they had measurable rain, and that was the first time in San Diego in 135 years that they had measurable rain in San Diego.
Head groundskeeper at that ballpark, that's a good job.
I bet his crew can't put the tarp on as fast as Bill Finley. By
These
the way,
poor guys today, man, they are tired.
They got our hero of the game last night.
As they should.
We had 2 rain delays of 14, 16 minutes because of how quick they were.
Molina puts it in play, slowly hit up the first base line, and a run does score. That's Carpenter, and it's 1-0 Cardinals on Molina's 27th RBI this year.
Well, put the ball in play, good things can happen. And no surprise that Carpenter was patient and got the first walk of the game. Molina gets the first RBI. It's also important when you're playing a club like the Padres is to jump out on top and don't let them catch up.
We talked about it on the pregame show earlier in our telecast as well. Matt Holliday is close to returning. Randall Grichuk is in left field tonight. Holliday will actually travel with the club next week.
And Dan, I mean, it's yet to be determined, but I think Randall Grichuk has to stay in the lineup. And Hayward's going to be there. Holliday's going to be there. So center field is probably where he'll play. And he's good enough to cover it.
He says arguably his best position.
Some people, it's interesting. Some guys think it's the easiest, and others think it's the toughest.
Yeah. He said he loves the fact he's got to cover ground on both sides. Not that you wouldn't have to do that with right or left, but more so in center. Slowly hit towards short. Grichuk hustling, and Barmes, the veteran, makes the play. Cardinals strand two, but they pick up an early run. We head to the second, and it's 1-0 St. Louis. One hit aside, a one-run lead for the Cardinals in the top of the second. And Upton leads it off against Tim Cooney. Off to a good start, 14 home runs, 46 RBIs, and that's tops on the Padres club.
It's power and speed with Upton. He'll be a free agent this November. And with them, they're still within striking distance. They get a good hot streak, but do you sell off a very valuable property in Upton and try and reload your farm system that you depleted this offseason?
That's why it's a big question here for the next 4 weeks for both these teams. Cardinals obviously in contention and thinking about postseason play. The Padres clearly want to get back in the conversation. But they gave up a lot of their young talent to bring in some of the veterans that they have. There's a fly ball lifted into right center. Borges makes the catch. One down. Let's turn to Al Raboski's Toyota keys to the game.
Well, one thing we're going to see is we're going to see pretty good pitching. So we're going to concentrate a little bit on Tyson Ross. Look slider, but make sure it's a strike. We talk about how 60% of the time he's going to have his pitch is going to be out of the strike zone. And because he doesn't give up any home runs, not that the Cardinals hit home runs, play small ball, manufacture runs like they did in the first.
And a strike to the switch hitting third baseman Solarte. The new general manager is A.J. Preller. Al, he was hired in the final days of last season. He traded by Christmas time 9 of their top 20 prospects in their system. Now, in fairness, only 2 are ranked in the top 100 in all of baseball, but still depleted their system.
But you also mentioned that the fan base bought into it.
You bet.
You know, with a 600% increase in attendance. But it's a situation where they were hoping and expecting to contend. And like I said, there's no reason they can't turn it around. They lost a good manager and a good baseball man in Bud Black. But the interesting thing, too, is they had the best bullpen in the National League last year. Then they go get arguably the best closer in the game today in Kimbrel. And now they're almost the worst bullpen in the big leagues. Now Kimbrel's having a good year, but you just can't get to him that often. Bridge the gap from starter to closer.
See Cooney really fighting it right now with that breaking pitch. What are you looking for when you watch Tim Cooney tonight?
Well, I'm looking for he's got to keep his fastball out of the middle of the strike zone. Just about everybody else does too. But he has to have command of that breaking ball, and he's kind of spinning it right now.
3-2 on Solarte after an 0-2 start in this at bat.
We've seen him in spring training be absolutely, phenomenal, striking out about 80% of the batters. We've also seen him been hit hard.
Like that. And with one swing, this game is tied. Man, that got out in a hurry. Solarte, his 3rd home run, and this game is tied 1-1.
Solarte, between the Yankees and San Diego, had 10 home runs last year, but that looks like more like a double-figure home run hitter, not just the 3rd home run. And down and in, drops that bat head, and he knew it was gone.
Jed Jerko, and that's well hit. Deep left, Grichuk back, and it's off his glove. Jerko at second base.
That's not an indication of how good a defensive player Grichuk is. He'll be the first one to tell you he should have made that play. Might have had a lot of topspin, but he's really a good defender, so I'm thinking he'd be the first one to tell you. And look at right in the middle of the plate. It's up, and he kind of tomahawked it, so it had a lot of sinking action, but
and it's ruled a base hit.
Shouldn't be, but is.
1-1 game, top of the 2nd, runner at second. Austin Hedges at the plate, hitting just 103.
And now changed it to an error and correct scoring.
First error on Randal Grichuk this year. How does that get changed all the time? Official score makes that call, and then all of a sudden everybody in the press box says, "What are you watching?" And then they change it.
Yep.
Peer pressure, huh?
Peer pressure.
And an error is the right call.
Yes. It's the big leagues. And Grichuk would be the first one to tell you. Not sure what I did wrong, but I should have made that play.
I agree with you. It was a sinking fly ball, but again should have been caught. Count of 1 ball and 1 strike on Hedges, who is 4 for 39 to start this year. Off speed pitch, drops in for a strike. Since 2000, the Cardinals are 38-12 in 50 games in St. Louis against the Padres. They have dominated the Pods.
We eliminated them one year in postseason, and they have struggled and not gotten back to postseason since. And what, 8 straight years? Only Miami has had a longer drought.
I believe theirs is 12. Miami got Jose Fernandez back today, and he hit a home run.
If you're a baseball fan, you have to be happy about that he's back pitching.
Breaking ball. Jammed him. Cooney to the bag for the out. Jose Fernandez, 6 innings today. Did give up 3 earned. But hit a solo home run off of Matt Cain in the 5th, and the Marlins won that game 5-4. Cheer on Team USA at Ballpark Village Sunday at 5. We've got baseball at 1:15. Then you stay right here, head over to Ballpark Village, and World Cup Soccer at Ballpark Village Sunday at 5.
Sean Wesley, one of the top security guys over there at Ballpark Village, told me that it was unbelievable, the audience that they had over there on the field watching the World Cup. You know, when Sean isn't doing that, he's usually Jim Hayes' bodyguard.
Makes sense.
Oh, Joe Goldberg has security. Jim Hayes definitely needs it.
Intentional pass here of Clint Barmas to get to Tyson Ross. Ross hitting .148, no home runs, no RBIs this year.
And Barmas has been swinging the bat pretty well lately. It's always seemed like he hits the Cardinals well.
Not sure you would do this with John Lackey or Lance Lynn on the mound, maybe Jaime Garcia, but with Cooney, you're trying to give him all the opportunities to be extended in this game, stay deep into the game.
Yeah, Mike can just, kind of look over, or doesn't even have to, with his extension of the coaching staff, Molina behind the plate. He'll just set up foot outside and say, okay, if the hitter wants to get himself out, otherwise we're going to put him on, but we won't do it like they just did, the conventional way.
So here's Tyson Ross, and the first pitch is hit in the air, and that tails over to Jason Hayward. Hayward makes the catch. Solarte on a 3-2 delivery, a no-doubter. That ties it up 1-1 here at Busch Stadium. One in the bottom of the second as we check in with Jim Hayes. And Jim, what's the latest on John Jay?
Well, John had that off-season surgery, but that left wrist continued to be a problem. It put him on the DL back in May, and he said it never got any better. That wrist has put John Jay on the DL for the second time this season. The Cards call it a left wrist stress reaction / bone bruise. Jay told me the wrist felt weak, and though he tried to fight through it, it just never improved. He says he just wants to be able to perform at the level he's used to. Mike Matheny pointing out that there's no structural damage, and he says the Cards medical staff believes continued rest will help the wrist get back to where it was, Dan, in terms of strength.
You had the chance to visit with Matt Adams as tonight's first baseman. Mark Reynolds digs in. 1 ball, 1 strike. What did Matt have to say?
He's feeling a lot better. He is off the crutches and moving around pretty well. He says it's very difficult for him because he wants to play, to watch the games on TV. He says it's even hard for him to watch batting practice because he wants so badly to be in there. He says to kill some of the downtime, he used to look down on video games, but he's taken them up. But he says he's still holding out hope that he can come back by season's end. And one little thing, Dan, one of the things he's using to make a positive out of this is he's dropped a lot of weight. And he said he's done that with smaller portions. And, Dan, for me, I don't really understand what that means. What's a smaller portion?
Well, how about Matt Holliday, too? I mean, that's another guy that we're talking a lot about. Looking forward to seeing him back as Peter Borges pops one foul and out of play. But, you know, with Matt Holliday, where do we stand right now with him, especially with the upcoming road trip?
Well, he was on the pregame show, and he mentioned that he started to do some light jogging and that the quad has responded well. And John Mozeliak said before game time that Matt will be on the upcoming Cardinals road trip. And Mo says that's a sign that he's getting close. So, Dan, you got to figure we are getting very, very close to return from Matt Holliday.
All right, Jimmy, thanks. 1-1, a little tapper that Ross backhands and throws a strike to first. Made that look easy, and that wasn't.
Yeah, not that easy, especially when you're the size he is, 6'5", 230. But he came off that, like, very athletic. Momentum carries a little bit towards first, has backhanded, no crow hop, but he made a strike to first. You're talking about the crow hop, that's what, when you have time, you can take a little, gather in the ball, take a little crow hop to get your body under control, and much easier to throw the ball where you want it.
Well, last time out for Tim Cooney, it was 2 1/3. That's all he lasted against the Phillies as he lines that out to left. And a 1-2-3 inning for Tyson Ross. More on that first start when we come back. Now time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag MWDataStrongFan. And you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. But first start for Tim Cooney lasted 52 pitches. Did give up a home run to Darren Ruff. He's given up a home run here tonight. He's had 32 pitches thus far in a 1-1 game. The top of the lineup, and Melvin Upton Jr. Ground ball left side, and taken there by Carpenter.
Well, Cooney's still just 24 years of age, and he was selected in the 3rd round back in 2012. So he's been on a fast track, and he's here, sort of out of a necessity, making the second start. Remember, the first one was replacing Adam Wainwright, so that was extra pressure. He does look much more comfortable this time around.
Derek Norris at the plate. He told me in spring training that the biggest thing for him, and it's really the biggest thing for any pitcher, and Al, you would know better than me, but it's fastball command. He said you see in spring training when the teams start to dwindle down and you're facing those major league hitters, their understanding of the strike zone is so good where you might get away with it in the minor leagues, but at this level you do not.
Sure. And what is so odd, and Derek Lowe, of course, has done a phenomenal job, but fastball command was the simplest thing. I mean, everybody had fastball command.
Little flare into shallow right, taken there by Colton Wong.
But today's pitchers have so much better breaking pitches, off-speed stuff.
The splitter.
And they just don't work as much on throwing the fastball to strikes up and in, down and away, all 4 quadrants.
Playing fantasy baseball, think about MLB.tv. Serves up real-time highlights, pitch tracking info, and more. Visit MLB.tv for details. It was a late night for many of us last night, including you, Al. You had to finish up that post-game show.
Well, that 9th inning got a little longer, didn't it?
Was afraid we were going to be here even longer than that.
And about 10 minutes after the game's over, it was raining.
Started to pour again.
Yeah.
You and Pat, you made it through, and members of that post-game show crew.
Well, everybody in our entire crew made it except one.
I wouldn't have gone down this road if I would have known it was someone that left early. You mean like Jim?
Oh yeah. Well, Jim has other interests.
Three and one on Matt Kemp.
Yeah, Jim Hayes, a corporation into himself, and he had other places to be, make money.
Three and two. I commend you and Pat for sticking through it.
Well, how about the camera guys,
the
engineers, everybody, the entire staff over there at Ballpark Village had to stick around, and we were happy to do it.
Positioned perfectly, Colton Wong. Let's just hope Jim Hayes will stick through this one tonight. Among active players on this list, Reynolds, the Uptons, and Matt Kemp, the strikeout leaders at the plate. That's since 2007. Our BJC Healthcare difference maker. This tells you may see a lot of strikeouts this weekend because Cardinals pitching and the Padres, they generate a lot of strikeouts, and that's a look at your BJC Healthcare difference maker.
And Dan, I know you have a lot of respect, as I do, for the 4 starters we're going to see in this series from the Padres. So Cardinals struggling offensively right now, and it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I looked at this as, certainly a series you can't overlook because of their pitching, their starters that are lined up for this weekend, this holiday weekend. 1-2 on Colton Wong. Wong struck out first time up. Tyson Ross has struck out twice. And did it get him? It certainly did. And Wong hit by the pitch. Seems like when he's hit on his foot, his big toe, from the right-handers with a breaking ball. This just happened the other night to him.
Yeah, and just that back foot right on the top of it. But remember, you lift that leg up, a lot of times you can't get out of the way until you put it down. So you're a little bit off balance. And of course, when you're standing there, you're not expecting something to hit your back foot. But we said you have to manufacture runs, walks, hit by pitches. And here's a good guy to have up, because I know hit under 200 in the month of June, and couldn't believe it, could we?
190, and that was his worst month since becoming a full-time regular here at this level.
If you would have said 390, we would have believed it.
Said, yeah, that's more indicative of Matt Carpenter. First time up, they shifted on him, and now with a runner at first, shortstop Barmes is near the bag at second, but on the shortstop side. Outfield is straight away. Wong with 6 stolen bases this year. He's been caught 4 times. Pretty big lead over there for Colton Wong. Pitch out, and I'm not sure they're on the same page.
No, because that ball almost was over the middle of the plate, and your catcher jumps out there expecting a ball, and Carpenter could have reached out and poked that ball to left field, or end up hitting, taking a late swing and get catcher's interference.
He is running. Pitch is a strike, and safe at second base. Stole a base for Colton Wong, number 7 this year.
Pretty good throw by Hedges, but good jump right there. And usually when you have somebody as tall as Tyson Ross, 6'5", they're a little slower to the plate, longer delivery, and gives that base stealer enough time to get down there, even with a good throw. Quick release too from Hedges.
I'm not so sure he wasn't out looking at the replay, but very, very close. No challenge from the Padres, so a chance here for Matt Carpenter. Has been very good with runners in scoring position this year.
Still one of the league leaders.
Here's a 1-1.
What I like about Carpenter in this situation is, even though we've seen a lot more strikeouts this year, particularly last month, he still has a good knowledge of the strike zone, won't expand the zone and get himself out. So if they want to walk him, he'll take it.
Over half his hits, by the way, have come with 2 strikes this year. There's only 2 players that can lay claim to that.
That pitch there gets a lot of guys swinging and swinging over the top of it. But Carpenter's one of those guys, and hopefully, a lot of times you can turn around a bad stretch by receiving and taking a bunch of walks, starting to see the ball much better again. because it was not only the 190, but there was a ton of strikeouts in there.
A 3-1 pitch. Inside, second walk tonight for Carpenter. Third issued by Tyson Ross. When you watch him throw the baseball, you don't see really the aggressive leg drive. It's just almost he gets it, flings it up there.
And as he's gone from the bullpen and become a full-time starter, he's just gone away from his four-seam fastball, and the increase in times he'll throw that slider is just crazy. More sliders than anybody in baseball.
Big gap in left center. Here's Peralta. Strike one. Johnny with a base hit into shallow center. First time up. Soft liner. He's 1 for 1. Already with 3 walks here tonight. Tyson Ross with 51, most in the National League. Then Carlos Martinez of the Cardinals. But the thing about Martinez, it's made him so effective. He's walked a lot, but then look at the opponent's average with runners on or in scoring position against Martinez. It's minuscule.
And that's kind of a trademark with the entire ball club, the pitching staff, that they really do tighten up when they get men in scoring position. Good teams will do that. Bad teams, the average goes up.
Here's an 0-2. And a strikeout of Peralta, number 3 tonight for Tyson Ross. In steps Jason Hayward with 1 down and 2 on.
When Ross does throw strikes, he gets a lot of swing and misses.
Hayward walked back in the first inning. That walk loaded him up for Yadier Molina. Put the ball in play, grounded out, picked up an RBI. The lone run for St. Louis tonight. 1 out, 2 on. Strike 1 to Hayward.
Defensively, they play him around to the other side. Expect him to hit the ball to the opposite field, in the outfield, and pull in the infield.
Mentioned it earlier, one of the things that Ross does so well is keeps the ball in the ballpark. Second best in that category in the National League. But first in wild pitches, first in walks, and first in stolen bases against him. It's now up to 25. 0-2 the count on Jason Hayward. I'd be awfully curious to visit with GMs around the league and just get their perspective on what they think Jason Hayward is worth, what kind of player they think he is. And we've seen it here in St. Louis. It's hard to figure out. Really a tough first month, very good defense, and now turning it on. Slowly head back to Ross. Runners advance to second and third. And an opportunity for Yadier Molina with 2 outs. Celebrate the 4th of July right here at the ballpark. That's this Saturday. And we have our camouflage print Cardinals jersey, courtesy of Ford. Tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. This Saturday, that camo jersey. Good seats still available for Saturday and Sunday. And some of the seating areas, tickets as low as $15.
Swinging bunt almost produced the first run off the bat of Molina.
Grounded back to Ross, and that scored Carpenter. And a couple of hops hit to Jed Jerko. Makes the play. Cardinals strand 2. They've left 4 on through 3. We're tied up. It's 1-1 from Busch Stadium. 1-1, the Padres and the Cardinals. Big crowd on this Thursday night. Fireworks tomorrow night, the 82 World Series ring giveaway. Then very good seats available Saturday and Sunday, the 4th and the 5th. We even have a Al Hrabosky bobblehead coming up on the 24th of this month here at Busch Stadium when the Braves are in town.
He's so handsome.
I think fans are going to enjoy the commercial that will be promoting the Al Hrabosky bobblehead.
And just remember that Danny wrote this commercial, so.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the TV commercial.
Oh, the TV commercial?
Yeah.
Let's hope.
You're pretty fired up in that commercial.
You know, I mean, I had to get back in game face.
Yes.
You know.
You're there.
It was fun. Might scare some kids, but.
Fans will enjoy it. 1-1 pitch to Upton. It's sharply to third under the glove of Carpenter. He's thinking two and a throw into second base. Not in time. So Upton in scoring position.
Matt Carpenter, right before that pitch was made a couple steps towards the line. And it's another play that I'm sure Matt would tell you that he should have made that play. Glove came up ever so slightly and the ball stayed down and gets underneath the glove. I think he thought that he was going to make that play so routinely. Grichuk got the good arm, but Justin has a little more speed.
Liner and caught. Back to the bag. Upton in second. Solarte lines out for out number one here in the top of the 4th.
And you were talking about the value of Jason Hayward. It hits the open market this offseason. Well, what's the value of Justin Upton, who also could be a free agent? Those two guys, you know, be interesting to see how clubs would value. One's very good defensively, and the one is not. Is noted to have defensive lapses. They both can be very good offensive players.
Here's Jerko, good off speed pitch, had him out in front for strike one. The one thing about Upton, you would think you pencil in 20-25 home runs, 90 to 100 RBIs.
And you know, right now he has 15 stolen bases too, so.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Pulled foul. It's now been ruled an error on Matt Carpenter. That's number 9 and his second in consecutive days.
Originally scored
second
a double
error tonight.
Yeah, originally scored a double, and those guys in the press box are letting the official score have it tonight. Stood his ground twice, hasn't he? Okay,
right.
Okay. I'll change it.
Here's a 1-2 pitch to Jed Jerko. First strikeout for Tim Cooney. If you just joined us with the early start here tonight, the AT&T U-verse rewind. Tim Cooney back in the big leagues and greeted with this home run by Solarte. That tied the game up at 1-1, and that's where we stand right now with 2 outs. Runner at second. Here at the top of the 4th. Along with Jim Hayes, Al Hrabosky, Dan McLaughlin with you. Very nice night for baseball here in St. Louis. Austin Hedges at the plate with 2 outs.
Well, the Padres were quite shocked coming into St. Louis and having a very pleasant evening, like you said, with low humidity. It's kind of like San Diego weather when you have the June gloom, and they're loving it.
0-1 pitch to Austin Hedges. Now 0-2. This time last year was mid to high 90s when Miami was in town for the 4th of July weekend. Right now, very pleasant here at the ballpark. Let's just hope the rain stays away. We've had enough of that.
Should be okay today. And let's hope the rest of the weekend.
0-2 the count. Cooney trying to put him away. Pick up strikeout number 2 tonight.
He's got our bat boy. He says he's okay.
Two pitch. Instead, Cooney steps off. Congratulations to Matt and Kristen Barker on the birth of Connor Matthew. They can't wait to teach him all about Cardinals baseball. Congratulations. Here's the 0-2. Line drive and a base hit into right field. Hayward will come up gunning. Fires to the plate. Not in time, and a throw down to second. They'll get their man there. Run does score. Hedges, just his 5th hit this year. That brings in Justin Upton. After a strong throw by Jason Hayward in right field. Boy, he put everything he had into this. Realizing they wouldn't get him at the plate, Molina gets his man at second. Jason Hayward was trying to get his former teammate Justin Upton scoring on the 2-out base hit by Austin Hedges. Watch this. He puts everything he's got into it.
Right over the top, and he'll do that every time when he really wants to make that solid effort, try and get somebody out. You ever seen a pitcher do that? Nelson Browse would, on occasion, would throw a pitch and land flat on his belly like that.
Well, I'll tell you the oddest thing I've seen, and I saw him do it in college, and this is Grichuk, but Trevor Bauer, who's now pitching with the Indians.
Yes.
When he would go out to warm up, his first warm up pitch, he would start on the grass behind the mound, run up the mound, and crow hop and throw it as hard as he could with the first warm-up pitch.
Yeah, I've seen some guys do that and never quite understood that one either.
Me neither.
Other than trying to hurt your arm.
Out of play off the bat of Grichuk. His first time up. Grounded out too short with 2 runners on. That ended a threat in the first inning. Cardinals now trailing 2-1.
Randall had a good month of June. A lot of extra base hits. We're going to see growing pains with him. There's going to be times we'll have big strikeout games. And other times he'll have 3 to 4 extra base hits.
Just 7 walks on the year for Grichuk and 153 at bats. View from the AT&T rooftop deck. Grichuk lines it into center field. And gliding to it, Melvin Upton Jr. Next time you're looking for great seats, head to StubHub. On StubHub, you can grab Cardinals tickets all season long and even at the last minute, even if the game is sold out. Get to StubHub today. StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of your St. Louis Cardinals. Evan Rankin, big Cardinals fan. He's 5 years old, from Winfield, Missouri, just out of Children's Hospital. Dealt with a head injury, getting better every day, and we can't wait to see Evan Rankin down here at the ballpark very soon. 2-0 on Mark Reynolds.
Well, Evan's got a lot of good friends in that scoreboard room.
Three and 0.
This will be the 4th walk. Not yet.
Borderline, close enough. Pitch number 60 of the evening. 3-2. And he strikes out Reynolds for the 2nd time tonight. Well, the Cardinals dropped 2 straight to the White Sox interleague play this year. The Cardinals 8-9 in hooking up with the American League Central Division, one of the best divisions, if not the best in all of baseball.
Cardinals have lost 2 series here at home this year. One to Detroit and the one the last 2 days to the White Sox.
Pittsburgh won again today. They beat Detroit 8-4. You realize,
are they?
no, and that's, you realize the Cardinals have now a 6.5 game lead. But next week really looms large before the All-Star break. 4 with the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley, never an easy place to play. You feel beat up when you get out of that series, and then you go to Pittsburgh for 4.
It's going to be fun. But Cardinals still the best record in baseball, but just have to watch what you're seeing right now, and you have to be concerned. Usually you're getting the very good pitching on a nightly basis, but the offense.
Backhanded by Barmes, knowing the speed of Borges, gets rid of it quickly and makes a nice play. 6 in a row set down by Ross. Clint Barmes with the backhand. Indiana State product makes the play. 2-1. We head to the 5th. Well, guys, you're right. Over the last 21 with runners in scoring position. Big problem with the 2 games against the White Sox. And the Cardinals with just 1 hit tonight. That's it. Tim Cooney back to work in an 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball taken away by Clint Barmes. Barmes, Ross, and then Melvin Upton Jr. Barmes was intentionally walked to get to Ross. That was back in the 2nd inning. Some late arrivals here to the ballpark. Good changeup there.
Cooney's going to get better and better, get more feel for the game, but you know, he's got the equipment. He just has to stay out of the middle of the plate.
There's strikeout number 2 tonight.
The first time you come up here, you're in awe, even though you're with the guys in spring training quite a bit. It's a little different, but now you come up here and you kind of kick yourself when you're sent back down. So wait a minute, you know, why was I in awe of these guys? These guys are friends. They get dressed like I do. I'm going to go up there and I'll feel better and better. It was just like a Tyler Lyons. We saw how, you know, he won 2 starts right away, and then he had 13 starts without a victory, and then won 2 in a row. He'll get a start along with Garcia when you can bring up a 26th man for the doubleheader on Tuesday in Chicago.
1 ball, 1 strike on Ross. And he did go, says home plate umpire Bob Davidson. Been around a long time. David Rackley is at first. Hunter Wendelstedt is the crew chief at second. Ron Kulpa is at third. Here's a 1-2 pitch.
Bob Davidson been around better than 30 years.
Balkin Bob.
From Littleton, Colorado, known as Bach and Bob. Don't see Box called as often as they once were.
Rare. I think pitchers are more conscious about it now than maybe even 10 years ago. Remember, they made an effort, which is around that time, to come to a
discernible stop.
Exactly.
And I think too, Dan, we don't see the stolen bases, period.
This is well hit. Opposite way off the bat of Ross. Look at that. Opposite field home run for Tyson Ross, the pitcher. That's some pop.
His first career home run. Well, he's a big guy. You know, we said he's 6'5", listed at 230. And he got all of that one. Hit the ball pretty well his first time up, but this one much better. Second home run of the night for the Padres. And another ball up over the middle of the plate, and even pitchers can hit them out at this level. Good effort by Hayward, but
popped in the air, and that'll find the seats behind home plate. Strike 1 on Melvin Upton Jr. And an infield hit was picked off to start the game, and then he also grounded out to third. I can't recall a pitcher hitting a home run the opposite way at this ballpark.
Not really.
Chased a ball that's in the dirt, but a strike. 1-2.
Sometimes you'll watch the reaction of the young pitcher after he gives up a home run and see if all of a sudden he's afraid to throw strikes. So you have to go back into that attack mode and throw strikes after strike.
And a foul ball. Melvin Upton Jr. changed his name this offseason, B.J. Upton, and never got it going with the Atlanta Braves. Signed a $75 million deal, and the Braves went into this offseason saying that the man at the plate had to earn his spot on the team. Nothing was taken for granted because of the contract, and then the trade came about with San Diego.
Everyone was willing to take his brother, but not him.
All-Star game on Fox coming up July 14th. 7 Eastern, 6 Central. You'll see that only on Fox. 2 strikeouts in the inning, 3 tonight for Tim Cooney.
Talking about strikeouts. We talked about Derek Norris. He's already hit a career high 11 home runs. He had 10 last year with Oakland, but he had a game earlier this year where he became the first player since 1900 to hit a walk-off slam after striking out 4 times in a game.
All is forgotten.
And we were very happy with that game-winning hit because it was against the Pirates.
Chicago won today 6-1 over the Mets. Pittsburgh an 8-4 winner over Detroit. No balls and 2 strikes. And a strikeout of Norris, so he strikes out Barmes, Upton Jr. and Norris, but the home run by Ross, and it's 3-1 San Diego. What's on Tap is presented by Budweiser. Andrew Kashner, Michael Waka. We'll square off tomorrow at 6:30. That's the pregame show, 7:15 with our first pitch here on Fox Sports Midwest. Kashner, 9 losses. Hard thrower that we saw with the Chicago Cubs.
And you know, it's Rizzo was the principals in that deal. Rizzo having an MVP type season with the Cubbies, and Kashner with 9 losses. Home runs have been a big factor to a lot of the Padres pitchers other than Tyson Ross. Home runs allowed, and they play in that big ballpark, but they say the ball's flying.
They've moved the fences in a little bit, not a lot. Still one of the biggest ballparks in all of baseball. 2-2 the count on Tim Cooney.
I don't know if there's some new construction or they're just trying to see out there in the outfield, but they're talking about maybe it's that new apartment building or something in the right center. You got the warehouse there that all of a sudden maybe is changing the wind flows patterns a little bit, making it easier, but still a big ballpark. And like Upton has, I think, 11 of his 14 home runs there at home.
Cooney with a fly ball lifted down the left field line. This is well hit, and it's in for a base hit. Tim Cooney on his way to second base. Justin Upton trying to track it down deep in the corner and left. And Tim Cooney picks up a double.
Dan, I thought his first time up he hit the hardest ball by any Cardinal tonight, and now he picks up his first major league hit. How odd would it have been for both pitchers to hit home runs in this game? Mason Ross has already done it. You see Upton, who talked about at times he has little defensive lapses out there, but he kind of played that a little awkward into the corner.
Cooney the runner at second, and a strike to Colton Wong, who was struck out, was hit by a pitch back in the third, then stole his seventh base and was left stranded. First career hit for Tim Cooney.
Cardinals must get him over and in. Got to play that little small ball, manufacture run here. Colton, one part of him saying, I want to pull the ball and at least at the very least advance him to third base. But if they keep on pitching away, he's got a good shot to hit one through the vacated left side.
Ground ball, and Ross thought about going to third and nearly threw it over Norris's head at first base.
He had him out.
Sure did.
He had Cooney dead to right. He was not even quite halfway when Ross had that ball. He looked him, but then turned around and got the out. So Colton Wong does get him out, get him over, and then Ross almost threw it away at first.
Matt Carpenter scored the lone run for the Cardinals. Cooney was off with contact, and the Cardinals may have caught a break there. Carpenter, that was his first run he scored since June 21st. Always among the league leaders in runs scored, pitches seen, walks, and doubles. Ground ball that's pulled foul. So on base twice for Matt Carpenter with a pair of walks.
And really down that 6 walks. He's 2 for 4 with a double and 6 walks when facing Tyson Ross. Now he knows that he can hit the ball to the right side, he can get the Cardinals back to just 1 down. But we also know he's thinking about a double too.
0-1 pitch, and it's 0-2. Cardinals have been racking up the doubles this year among the league leaders. First in the National League, second overall.
Looks like they're going to concede a run in the infield. Everybody playing back. Do have a strikeout pitcher on the mound, and he's ahead 0-2.
And a big gap in right center field. Upton Jr. played him to pull earlier. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Matt Carpenter. Remember, they had the shift on for Carpenter in his first plate appearance. That was with nobody on. And Upton Jr. and Kemp played him to pull. Carpenter breaks his bat, little floater into center, drops in for a hit. Cooney will score. That makes it 3-2. RBI for Carpenter, number 38.
Carpenter, the more he's down in the count, the better he becomes. And there he took a pitch, he fights it off and lofts it over the infield and drives in another run. That's his 38th run. He's second on the team in RBIs. Second on the team to Johnny Peralta.
Still only 1 out. Carpenter the runner at first, and Peralta waves at that pitch. He was up with 2 on, nobody out back in the third, struck out. He's also single to center field. It's a pitch there that a lot of teams last week and a half or so have been going after Johnny Peralta with. That slider, outer half. At times he'll chase that pitch or you'll get your ground ball. And Ross loves his sliders. We've talked about. Just a bit low. 2 balls, 1 strike. A 2-1 pitch. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Johnny Peralta at the plate. 3-2 San Diego. Matt Carpenter now with 73 hits this year. 42 of them have come with 2 strikes. And that RBI came with 2 strikes as well. 12 of his 38 with 2 strikes. 2-2 the count. Carpenter leaning towards second base, not running. And Peralta looks at a high strike and a called third strike. And Ross has struck out 5 tonight.
It appeared that that was a high strike, but Johnny didn't say anything. And the Cardinals and Hayward have to pick him up.
Hayward is walked and grounded out. Cardinals jumped out to a 1-0 lead in the first. San Diego then with 3 unanswered until Matt Carpenter's RBI. Ball 1. We finish up this homestand, and the Cardinals will be halfway through the regular season. One ball, 1 strike.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens to the Cardinals, what the record's going to be, how much lead they'll have between now and the All-Star break.
And what do the Cardinals do? Where do they need to improve? They've had such a terrific first half. 51-26 their record.
Well, watching what we're watching now is they have to get offensive help.
Agreed.
I mean, you reach down to AAA and bring up something internally, or do you have to go out and make a deal? I mean, obviously Matt Holliday is a real key when he'll come back, and that we can see the light at the end of the tunnel there.
A 3-1. Hayward bounces it foul. I also wonder about the depth with the pitching. It's been so good, but let's face it, it is fragile because of past injuries.
Well, and I'm concerned also with jumping the innings up on Martinez, Waka, even Jaime Garcia coming off the disabled list. The bullpen, and you've got 8 pitchers down there, but it seems like we only used 3 or 4. So they're all.
Hayward, a base hit, fair, down the left field line. It hits the sidewall. Carpenter digging for the plate. Throw not in time. Jason Hayward has tied this game at 3.
Ninth RBI for Jason Hayward. They had him in the outfield to play to left field, but this ball slicing off the bat of the left-hand hitter is going to kick into foul territory, and then Upton wasn't sure if it was going to go in the corner, so he has to come in. Has a strong throw, but it was up the line. Carpenter was also running on the pitch, so that allowed him to go from first all the way home.
Boys, he picked it up or what? May 3rd, he was hitting .211. So a 2-out RBI base hit by Hayward. New game. It's tied 3-3. Here's Molina. He lines it foul.
Think about Dan back then when he was struggling. He was batting in the 8th spot in the Cardinal order.
Yeah.
And all over that lineup, but he has been very productive in the cleanup spot.
Molina. Now at his 3rd at bat, he's seen a total of 3 pitches. Grounded out in the 1st for an RBI, grounded out to 2nd with 2 runners on, a hard hit ball. And now in the hole, no balls, 1 strike. Up the middle, but Barmes is there to his left, and he makes the play. Hayward left stranded. Cardinals have left 5 on, but they pick up 2 in the home half of the 5th. On a 3-2 pitch, this soft liner ties it up at 3-3. Jason Hayward has tied the game up. It's 3-3. And Tim Cooney pitching into the top of the 6th. He'll get Matt Kemp, Justin Upton, and Solarte. It's been a frustrating pitch tonight for Tim Cooney. the breaking ball, and you just wonder if they're sitting on that fastball.
Well, and the one thing too is you got to keep on throwing that breaking ball. Sometimes what you don't have early in the game becomes a big pitch for you later. His changeup has kind of been the pitch he's been getting by with a little better. And remember, you know, he has to spot his fastball. That can't throw it by. And one thing with that changeup, though, at times he's left it up quite a bit.
Prior to Matt Carpenter's base hit, the Cardinals 0 for 22 with runners in scoring position the last 3 games. On 3-0, a changeup and popped up. Kemp was trying to break this 3-3 tie.
And the Cardinals on Tuesday were 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Last night, 0 for 7. Well, they had their opportunities, it just didn't come through. And that'll go in bunches, and you go in streaks.
A couple of years ago, Matt Kemp was an MVP candidate with the Dodgers. Playing center field every day then. And that pitch taken high and outside. So 2 walks issued by Tim Cooney. One of those intentional. And the Uptons coming off a tough month of June here in 2015. Justin is flied out to center. Reached on an error by Matt Carpenter, his 9th, and then came around to score on a 2-out base hit by Austin Hedges.
Yadi will come out and talk as now there's activity in the Cardinal bullpen. You don't want to, after your team gets you lead, and of course there's Sokolovic. Warm up, and he'll warm up quickly. But that leadoff walk is not what you want to do right after your team got you back even. Of course, Cooney was part of that with his first major league hit and run. Now Derek will come out. He'll give more time for Sokolovic. Kemp wouldn't bite on that changeup, but that changeup should be a very effective pitch for Upton.
Free swinger.
Yep.
Strikes out a lot.
But he's got to get it down.
Very aggressive, and you're right. Better get it down because he could lose it in a hurry. Molina sets up inside. First pitch on its way. Hits his spot, but doesn't get the call. Ball 1.
And I'm more concerned about it hitting the spot and not leaving that over the middle of the plate. He's got to pitch in off the plate, and that'll set up his changeup away. Flirting with danger with another fastball in.
Left it over the middle of the plate.
Yes, he did.
Upton is grounded into just 3 double plays. Very good speed for the power hitter and cleanup man. And the Padres scored the 2nd fewest runs of any National League team in the last 40 years.
Fastball in, or throw over to first maybe.
Kemp with 7 steals this year has not been caught.
Doesn't have the speed that he once did, Kemp.
The Padres are 4th in the National League in stolen bases with 52.
Fastball away.
There he goes, and Molina from his knees. Oh, my! Wow! Oh. From his knees, Yadier Molina.
Remember, the Padres used to have a catcher that would throw from his knees all the time, Benito Santiago. But you could see right there, and I talked to Mike Rourke, Cardinal pitching coach at that time, and he was a catcher, and he said, actually, if you have a good receiving location like that one, where you don't have to really reach up high, you can get such a quicker release on the ball. And if you've got the arm strength of a Santiago or Yadier Molina, that it really is easier to throw some people out. But it sure looks spectacular, doesn't it?
Incredible. That was the 27th attempt against Molina this year. He has caught 10.
I think what fans have to know to put that in perspective is somebody that catches as much as Yadi, they'll have 3 to 4 times as many stolen base attempts. Just having him there stops most teams from running. And there goes your perfect percentage for Kemp.
3-2 pitch. Breaking ball and a called third strike. 5th strikeout for Cooney.
Jim might have got a little break right there from the strike zone. Catches the top of it, but normally if the guy's swinging at that, it goes a long way. Hanging breaking ball.
I mean, even there, watching Molina let it come in deep to the strike zone.
Yeah.
Soft hands.
Soft hands. That's what it's all about.
There's Solarte and a breaking ball taken low. He is homered. That was back in the second on a 3-2 pitch. And a hard hit ball to short. 1-0 pitch.
Trying to get the curveball down a little bit now. Cardinals knew the possibility that they might have needed a starter for this start, so Cooney's last AAA start, they pulled him after 2 innings, thinking that he might make the start here on Thursday night. There's a change up there. Said, like to get the ball down a little bit on that changeup. Back to the curveball.
Solarte spins away from that.
Well,
he saw probably Molina and how he caught it.
Exactly. Very, very nonchalant. And usually, if you're catching a ball like that, you don't get the call.
Once it down.
Slider, bounce it.
Did he go?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. Says David Rackley. A momentum changer maybe in this game. And now Solarte has been ejected for slamming his helmet. He's been thrown out. It now has a different feel in this game. Maybe because of one play. This play right here from one of the game's all-time greats in terms of defensive catchers. Remarkable. First time that Solarte's been ejected in the big league. So Alexi Amarista takes over at third base. And a strike to Randall Grichuk underway here in the home half of the sixth. But Tim Cooney, 4 hits allowed. He's had 2 errors made behind him. 1 led to a run. And 6 strikeouts.
Pitched around 1, 2, a 2-base error.
Grichuk is grounded out and flied out. Taken low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Cardinals tied it up with RBIs from Carpenter and Hayward back in the 5th inning. Big gap in left center field and a 2-1. Check swing, foul ball. Three and 2 the count.
Remember last year watching Tyson Ross being really impressed with him. And tonight I'm just saying, you know, so-so. Not seeing what we saw a year ago.
His delivery to me does not look the same.
Right. Another slider.
And it's a walk. Well, you began the telecast saying, Al, that walks could be an issue tonight for the Padres in terms of Ross, and there it is, number 4. One of those walks has already come around to score.
Yeah, 4 walks, a hit batter. First inning when the Cardinals broke out on top, you know, it was a walk to Carpenter that came around to score. And you see already here approaching 100 pitches with nobody out in the 6th inning.
Padres know Reynolds quite well from his time in Arizona. His 15 career home runs against San Diego, tied for most against any opponent. Also had 15 against the New York Yankees. He's had a tough night. He's 0 for 2. He's dropped down in the lineup to the 7th spot. Right now, I'm sure he feels like the count is always 0-2.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's, we start always talking about it's either home run or strikeout. We haven't seen that quite yet. Seen him take a 2-strike approach a little more, and his average is a little higher than what it's been the last couple of years, but his home runs are down.
5 this season. He's driven in 26.
Actually, looks like, you know, he's wearing down a little bit.
I agree. And it catches the outside corner. He strikes out for the 3rd time. Friday, July 17th, 25,000 fans ages 16 and older have the opportunity to take home a unique canvas print courtesy of Coca-Cola. The print features the Cardinals opening day lineup standing on the field. Get your tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. Reynolds has even said, too, it's taken a little bit to get used to being an everyday player again. Aches and pains, the soreness. A check on Randall Grichuk, who has 3 steals this year.
Well, you think about it, too, Dan, you know, with the configuration that he was supposed to be a threat coming off the bench, and Randall Grichuk the same way, but with the injuries to Holiday and Adams, you know, these guys have been pushed into service, so your bench suffers a little bit too. Well, you don't have that legitimate threat that late in the ball game one guy could come up there and put a fear in the opposing manager and pitching staff by, you know, turning a 3-run deficit back to an even game.
One out, runner at first. Borges trying to bunt his way on. Grounded back to the pitcher, is grounded out to short. That'll be it for Tim Cooney, as Greg Garcia moved to the on-deck circle, and Sokolovic gave up a home run to Flowers in the 11th of Game 1 against the White Sox. Is getting loose. 0-1 pitch.
And Dan, if it is the end of Tim Cooney's outing, I think we all have to be very pleased. Keep it very positive. We could only be in line for victory if the Cardinals were to score and hold that lead, but he can't get a loss and he gets a quality start. So something to build on.
Much better than the first outing, clearly.
Clearly. And you have to say a better offensive club.
Borges lines it into right, backing up a step or two. Kemp. Grichuk back to the bag at first. So Greg Garcia, first time that you and I have been together since his home run last Friday. What a moment that was.
No, it was great. And you could tell the crowd and even his teammates fed off of the emotion. When it was kind of fitting too that as he crossed home plate, first person he sees is his college teammate Colton Wong from the University of Hawaii. But everybody had to get into it just because he was so excited. The emotion was pure.
Well, Garcia played at the University of Hawaii. Wong is from Hawaii. Marcus Hadley, the reliever, born in Hawaii. There's Colton on deck.
I first met Greg's grandfather when I was still an amateur. And then known him over the years, and what a great gentleman he is.
Tim Cooney, 6 innings tonight, and in this ball game he strikes out 6. He struck out 5 of the last 7 he saw. 1-1 the count on Greg Garcia. Grichuk the runner at first base, and that's taken in. Surprised the Cardinals haven't looked at trying to get Grichuk going. Good speed. Mentioned that Tyson Ross has seen the most stolen bases against him this year. Cardinals already have 1 steal, and that was Colton Wong back in the 3rd. Here's a 2-1 pitch. 2-2. Tyson Ross at 108 pitches. You get the feeling that this would be his final inning of work. Also due up 4th in their lineup.
Mauer is warming up for the Padres, a right-hander.
And the 2-2. Inside, 3-2, and now Grichuk off with this pitch. It was a double down the left field line by Hayward Al in the 5th with 2 outs and a 3-2 pitch that allowed Carpenter to score.
I think it's key, like we talked about Cooney coming back up here, but what Greg Garcia told you about this time around, he wants to make a difference. It's not just being here anymore. Now I want to contribute.
That's 5 walks, and will they stick with him for 1 more hitter? This may give you an indication of what do they think of their bullpen, as you mentioned, to get to Kimbrel ineffective at times.
Well, we talked about last year, Bud Black probably go to that bullpen because it was so good, the best in the National League. This year, they're right towards the bottom and bridging the gap. But I think he also trying to make a statement and be positive with Tyson Ross, just trying to get him going and give him an opportunity for a victory.
Yanked foul.
It also gives you an opportunity for an L.
That's the other side of it.
But as a pitcher, You know, I want to be out there, and I want my manager to believe in me. And it's either I want to be there and earn the L instead of being sitting there and having my runs cross, and I can't do anything about it.
Pitch number 112. The season high in pitches for Ross is 115, and that was in his third start against the Chicago Cubs earlier this year.
We're talking about with the walks and the fact that almost 60% of the pitches he throws are outside of the strike zone. When he's in the strike zone, he gets 50% swing and misses.
Good cut. 1-2 the count.
Kind of an interesting defense in the outfield for Colton Wong. I don't think I would shade my center fielder towards left. Big gap out in right center. Kemp, the right fielder, well off the line.
Wong trying to break this 3-3 tie. Cold tonight. Struck out, grounded out, was hit by a pitch.
Battery having trouble getting together on this pitch.
The 1-2. So one thing you really have noticed with Colton Wong, even when he first came up, the quickness of the hands and the bat.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's what a little power package, you know. And Jim Hayes, our buddy, says, I wonder if he's still here to hear this, but you know, he's got a little pop.
Here's a 1-2. Wong with a fly ball. On the move, Matt Kemp. And he puts it away. Cardinals have left 7 on. We head to the 7th. Tied up at 3. The game summary. 3-3 our score. Ross 6 innings, 4 hits, 6 strikeouts. Solarte a home run, then ejected in the 6th. Tim Cooney, his second major league start, 6 innings for him. And Jason Hayward is 1 for 2 with a 2-out RBI double to score Matt Carpenter. And our Chevy call to the pen takes us to right-hander Miguel Sokolovic.
His last time out, took the loss as he threw a changeup, and Tyler Flowers, how about the series he had against the Cardinals, hit a home run, and Cardinals lost that game in 11 innings, 2-1. But he hadn't pitched in a long time, and so you just kind of question. You have the command. You lift the changeup where you don't want it. But I like what I've seen from Sokolovic's first 2 outings. He picked up victories, and he's shown that he can spot his fastball, good slider, good changeup.
Seeing him here in this spot makes me wonder about the availability of Seth Maness here tonight. He's pitched a ton.
Six in the last 8 days, 6 of the last 7 games.
Jed Jerko at the plate. And that pitch is popped up. That's a good changeup. Had him out in front. There's Colton Wong. 1 down.
Now, Jerko, came up a couple years ago and all of a sudden kind of surprised people, especially with his power. But last season, kind of equalizer, and team started pitching him a little different, and that changeup is a very effective pitch against him.
Another thing, too, to look at, Al, is Kevin Segrist. Would he be able to give you an inning in the 8th? He has pitched a lot the last week or so. Justin Hedges at the plate. A single to right with 2 outs to drive in Upton back in the 4th.
And there's a little bit of your answer. Randy Schote, he has very efficient. A lot of times he's only facing 1 batter, so you don't worry about him. But Villanueva, we are not accustomed to seeing him now, and I think we should.
Essentially, what you're trying to do now is just 5 outs from somebody to get to Rosenthal.
And I mean, there's times where Mike's carrying an extra reliever down there, but he has a tendency to use like the 3 to 4 guys: Maness, Segrist, Schote, and Rosenthal. And because the club's been involved in so many close games, those guys are appearing so many times. I looked the other day, and you had Maness and Segrist were tied for the league lead in appearances, and Randy Schote was 1 off.
2-1 pitch. 3-1. There's Maness. Cardinals are hoping to get Jordan Walton back fairly soon as well.
Yeah, and it's the standard line is that you go around during batting practice, the guys are throwing, loosening up, they'll stretch and throw, and you ask them how you feel. Well, they're all going to say yes, I feel good. So, but you have to at times, and I know they monitor it very strictly, how many times they warm up in the bullpen, the appearances, the number of pitches, but when you're going with 3 guys basically for the last 3 innings, they have to be perfect every time, and they pretty much have been.
Doesn't chase that pitch, and a 1-out walk for Austin Hedges, who came in hitting 103. You don't want to do that. Clint Barmas, an intentional pass and also a strikeout.
And sends Indiana.
Sycamore,
yeah,
Indiana State.
Always seemed like he's hit the Cardinals well, come up with some big hits. And he always gives you that steady defense.
Number of years in Colorado, also with the Pittsburgh Pirates. And Sokolovic would love the ground ball here. Instead, it's a fly ball yanked down the left field line and pulled foul.
Just a strike.
Just a strike.
But had a nice talk with Barmas before the game. Asked him if he can have family here, and he goes, no, they got big plans for the weekend.
Thanks a lot, huh? Tight-knit group, are they?
Oh, sure, but it's a holiday. And I said, yeah, everybody wants to go visit San Diego. He goes, my mom just left. But he also was concerned about Holiday, former teammate, and he had a similar type injury last year.
I remember that. That's right. Matt has been taking BPs back to baseball-related activities.
And starting, increasing the, from jogging. He's got to get to the running and then run the bases. But he's going on the road trip, and that's a signal that he could be activated as early as on this road trip.
0-2 the count on Clint Barmas. The Cardinals have Michael Walker going against Cashner tomorrow. Carlos Martinez Saturday against Despaigne. Lance Lynn on Sunday against Ian Kennedy. Then it's off to the Windy City. Here's an 0-2. And a high fly ball. Hayward makes the catch. 2 down.
Will Middlebrooks is going to pinch hit here. If you're going to be a good defender, really, you have to anticipate, and you always have to assume. You got a runner at first base. Is he going to be running? So I will fundamentally see how he backed up and then had his momentum coming forward on that ball. Didn't hear his teammates aren't yelling, he's going, he's going. So he didn't have to throw, but he was in position. If he would have heard that vocal command, that he would have been in good position to throw out the runner at second base. Middlebrooks coming up with a little ankle injury.
Former third baseman with the Boston Red Sox.
There was a part earlier in this season that Amarista and Barmas were struggling, and Middlebrooks got a start at shortstop.
0 for 7 as a pinch hitter this year.
You know who the Padres have on their bench? Former Cardinal #1 draft pick. Man we used to get Matt Holliday is Brett Wallace, who played for Pat Murphy at the University of Arizona State. And collegiately the new interim manager for the Padres.
Last year 63 games for Middlebrooks, hit just 191 with Boston, and pops that foul. He comes over from the Red Sox for Ryan Hannigan, the catcher, back in December of this past offseason. I remember when Brett Wallace was in the booth with us, and we remarked that his lower half was incredibly big.
The biggest thighs I've ever seen. And he was hitting well at AAA with Pat Murphy, and he got called up, and he's been doing okay as a pinch hitter for him. Never had the career that matched his collegiate numbers. He's been around with a few clubs now. What's about his 5th organization?
Toronto, Oakland, St. Louis,
Houston,
now San Diego.
Ran out of fingers. I mean, with it.
That's 5 at least. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Remember, it was Will Middlebrooks who was the third baseman of the Red Sox when Alan Craig tripped over him and scored an eventual game-winning run in the World Series.
Play into the game, didn't it?
That's right.
Cardinal victory.
What a great call that was, too. It's the right call.
Yeah.
Jim Joyce with the call. He was right on it. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Saw Carpenter guarding the line. Had him out in front again. In the air. Calling for it, Colton Wong. Let's stretch here at Busch Stadium. Game 1. Cardinals and Padres on Fox Sports Midwest. the Gateway Honda dealers will donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And the Cardinals will face Brandon Maurer, right-handed pitcher that came over from the Seattle Mariners in exchange for Seth Smith, the outfielder. Split the season between the Mariners and their AAA Tacoma affiliate. And our Chevy called to the pen, and he's been good this year. 37 appearances, 1.86 ERA. And with nobody on and him seeing a left-handed batter, they will put the shift on here.
And Maurer will be 25 tomorrow. He's made the most appearance out of the Padres bullpen. And he's been very good. He's allowed just 3 runs over his last 27 outings. It's almost 29 innings since the start of May for an ERA of 0.94.
Carpenter snapped an 0 for 24 with runners in scoring position for the Cardinals. With a base hit, sinking liner. That scored Tim Cooney. Matt now has driven in 38. He's been on base 3 times, a pair of walks, and that base hit.
He's a high school teammate of Pittsburgh Pirates pitcher Garrett Cole. Pretty good staff, huh?
I would say so. Garrett Cole may wind up starting the All-Star game for the National League.
Hard to deny Scherzer.
Yeah, that's a good point, too. You can see Scherzer, you can see Garrett Cole.
The voting ends at 11 o'clock tonight.
You'll be on your computer all night long.
Yep. I've got 70 different email accounts.
That's great.
35 times each. I'll help out.
Little check swing, slowly hit to the right side, and Carpenter is the first out. This July, baseball's best players gather in Cincinnati for the Midsummer Classic. Home field advantage for the World Series on the line. Coverage of the All-Star Game begins July 14th at 6 on Fox. Also streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
And I think it's going to be very interesting to see the Central Division standings at the end of Sunday night on July the 12th.
If you're the Cardinals, would you accept a 500 road trip?
I think you would have to. I mean,
it's never easy to play at Wrigley Field.
Well,
and I think
especially if you're going 2-2, you know, so nobody.
That's what I mean.
Loses ground. You don't want to, you know, lose 4 to Pittsburgh or to Chicago.
It's split to 2 series.
Split to 2 series, and you'd have to be. You know, we'd accept that, you know, with a smile.
You walk away, you say, okay, more games off the schedule.
Exactly.
Regroup after the break. 2-1 pitch. And a base hit for Johnny Peralta. First Cardinal hit since the double by Hayward in the 5th.
You know, Johnny sometimes looks like he's out of control. You know, that one-handed swing, but, you know, that's part of that batting style where you, Charlie Lau, the one hand comes off the bat, you know, after point of contact. You look like you're off balance, but, you know, he recognized the pitch and went down and got it. And then follows through.
1 out. Runner at first is Peralta. Here's Jason Hayward. Hayward has walked back in the first, grounded back to the pitcher. And on a 3-2 pitch with 2 outs, doubled down the left field line to tie the game up at 3 and brought in Matt Carpenter. misses on the inside corner, but not by much. Bauer is 24 from Newport Beach, California.
He's got a few more hours to be 24. Workday tomorrow. Remember early in the season, we just saw Hayward so many times ground out to second base, pounding him in. He was all tied up, but now those hands have kind of gotten a little bit more relaxed. He looks.
He strikes out. First strikeout for Mauer.
And then the first changeup he's thrown tonight. Mauer. And see the grip. And good location with it. Baiting away. Get a hitter. Hot hitter swinging at a pitch to the foot outside.
Yadier Molina. Bases loaded, one out in the first. Grounded back to Ross, who's been lifted in this game. That picked up a run. He's grounded out to second. Grounded out to short. First pitch. Looks at a ball. Tyson Ross tonight, 6 innings, 3 runs, gave up 4 hits, struck out 6, walked 5. We're tied 3-3. 1 ball, 1 strike on Molina. Cardinals have out hit the Padres tonight 5-4 in a game started by Tim Cooney. Hit to the right side and a ground ball to Jed Jerko. And we head to the 8th. We're tied up. It's 3-3 here at Busch Stadium. Studio and a Bomberito Sports Update. Second inning of work for Sokolovic. And it's the top of the lineup. Swung on and missed by Melvin Upton Jr. Infield hit back in the first, then was picked off. He's grounded to third and also struck out. I know you like to see this, relievers with multiple innings.
Well, I think that's one way you can kind of, like you said, you're trying to get outs. You know, you're not trying to figure out how to get outs tonight, where you're trying to stay away from a couple of your mainstays. Well, sometimes you got to pick a guy and say, hey, I like the way he's throwing. He's going to have to go out there for a couple innings. And you buy some rest for guys in the bullpen. Does have coverage, as it looks like that Randy Schote and Villanueva have gotten back up. There again, you see Schote, he knows what he's doing. He's the veteran down there, so he's not throwing. He said, I know I'm a couple pitches away, so I'm not going to waste my bullets down there. Or this game could, you know, go into extra innings, and a lot of times if a guy warms up 3 different innings, you know, they won't bring him in. And they said, okay, he's throwing too much down there. So Schote knows how to play that game.
Marcus Hadley is throwing in the pen.
Hadley, yeah.
So 2-2 the count. Ground ball into center field and a leadoff base hit. The second hit for Melvin Upton Jr. Use the hashtag MWDataStrongFan and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Both these teams have outscored their opponents in the 8th inning. The Cardinals by a wide margin, 44-19. Padres 47-41. You think about late inning heroics, the Cardinals have had plenty of those.
The Padres have been a good late scoring team too, almost as much from the 7th inning on as they have in the first 6 innings.
Derek Norris at the plate. Another check on Upton Jr. The Cardinals will have Grichuk, Reynolds, and Borges due up. Then the pitcher's spot. Sokolovic would love the ground ball here. Norris is hit into 4 double plays. Because of that changeup being the best pitch for Sokolovic, would you be inclined, if you're San Diego, to use that to your advantage? That split second, maybe with a changeup as opposed to a fastball, and try to run against this combination of the right-hander and Yadier Molina.
Molina, I don't think so.
Leaning at first, not running, and again another pop-up. This time, Colton Wong. Right fielder Matt Kemp, 0 for 2 with a walk tonight. Players to watch. And Melanson, the only player in action tonight thus far. 2 very good closers for the Cardinals and the San Diego Padres, Rosenthal and Kimbrel. Matt Kemp was the one that was caught stealing with Molina throwing from his knees back in the 6th inning.
We're going into the heart of the order here, but something to think about. All the available pinch hitters for the Padres are all left-handed hitters. So it's not quite the day to have Segrist maybe not available. Fastball away.
And the 1-0 pitch. right now for San Diego in their pen. Joaquin Benoit, right-hander, getting loose. And remember, from their bench, they've already used Middlebrooks, their lone right-hander, so he's done. Amarista is in the game for Solarte, who was ejected. They still have 3 left-handed hitters: Yonder Alonso, Will Venable, and Brett Wallace. 2-0 pitch on its way. 3-0.
Went into the hands of a veteran hitter by falling behind the count.
They turned him loose on 3-0 earlier tonight.
I think today, Dan, you know, you'd have to give a hitter a specific sign. You know, always have the green light.
Runner goes on 3-0, nowhere close. So walk, second issued by Sokolovich. And Derek Lilliquist hops out of the dugout for a quick visit.
You have to throw strikes. You've got guys, 1 in front of you and 7 guys behind you. They're all trying to help you out, and they can't. They're just going to sit there if you throw pitches out of the strike zone. And you get late in the ball game, you start walking people, you're just asking for trouble.
This is Justin Upton. The man on deck is Alexi Amarista, because Solarte, who had homered earlier, looked at that pitch. And then right after that, with Tim Cooney still in this game, a check swing and was called out on strikes as they appealed down to first. David Rackley rang him up. Solarte, go ahead and slam it. Go ahead and do it. Do it. Trust me, he did it.
Yeah, you know, usually when you do that, you know, home plate umpire is going to say, okay, you're fine. But you don't get thrown out, because it looked like he was completely 15, 20 feet away from Bob Davidson, and you know, he wasn't talking, wasn't reaching back or anything like that. And I think he just slammed the helmet down in frustration. But did it warrant the ejection? No. A fine? Sure. Sokolovich having trouble here in the second inning throwing strikes.
Here's a 1-0 pitch, and that's a strike. To Upton with 2 runners on.
Upton with a strikeout tonight is up to 87. He does have the 14 home runs. His brother out there in second base with good speed. Kemp at first.
Got him. Strikeout of Justin Upton. Good changeup that time, and now you get Amarista instead of Solarte.
And because he's a left-handed hitter, Mike Matheny bounces out, and we're going to have a pitch and change. Randy Schoch will be coming in.
Sokolovich walked 2, gets a strikeout, gave up 1 to hit, and is able to record 5 outs for the Cardinals. 2 runners on. Our Chevy call to the pen. Game on the line. 3-3 here at the top of the 8th. Randy Schoch coming on when we come back. Pretty simple when you think about Randy Choate, what he features. The Hyundai pitch arsenal, sinker, slider.
Yeah, I would thought the slider was a higher percentage, but so do all left-handed hitters. And so he's able to sneak some of those sinkers in on the inside part of the plate to keep them honest and keep them from diving across the plate.
2 outs, 2 on. In the top of the 8th. First pitch to Amarista. Strike 1.
Amarista, 215, 2 home runs, 18 RBIs. If Solarte was still in this ballgame, he might still make this deal. You know, because Solarte is a switch hitter who would only bat 196 from the right-handed side, so Randy might have come in anyway.
Ground ball, Peralta to his left, flips to Wong, and somehow he comes up with it and touches the bag for the out. Dangerous there, but the Cardinals escape, and Choate gets his man. That'll send us to the bottom of the 8th. The Cardinals have Grichuk, Reynolds, Borges coming up. Colton somehow stays on the bag. Benoit is the new pitcher in for San Diego. He's tremendous in the American League with both Detroit and Tampa Bay. Our Chevy called to the pen. His 34th appearance. And Randall Grichuk will lead it off for the Cardinals. 5 hits aside in this game. Not a lot of offense, and that's what we expected.
Benoit was pretty good last year with San Diego. He was 4-2. 1.49 ERA in 53 games with 11 saves, but decided they needed Kimbrel, and he has been outstanding again this year. Batters are only hitting 121 against him, the lowest mark among all National League relievers, and right-handed batters barely stand a chance.
Ground ball, and Amarista settles and makes the play. Edward Jones, pleased to sponsor the Hall of Fame and the annual induction process that gives fans a voice in honoring the team's greatest players. Ted Simmons, Kurt Flood, Bob Forge, George Kissel, all selected to the Cardinals Hall of Fame.
Good class.
We're about a month away from that induction ceremony, which will be free to the public at Ballpark Village.
And right-handed batters against Benoit are now 1 for their last 40.
Wow.
And for the year, 3 for 56. Came in with an .055 average for right-handed batters.
You see all that, and it's already been a tough night for Mark Reynolds.
Right.
Didn't like that first pitch to him. Didn't like a few of the calls back in his previous at bat in the 6th. 1 ball, 1 strike. He struck out 3 times, 2 swinging, 1 looking. And the 1-1.
I told you about the night that Norris had.
Well,
he could be in competition. He'd be the second since 1900.
So he had 4 strikeouts and then
he had 4
hit a walk-off.
And a walk-off slam.
Grand slam.
Reynolds has 4 slams to his credit, 1 this year.
Nobody on, but we take the solo home run.
Yeah, but do whatever.
2-1 pitch. Little tapper to Benoit. He'll step, throw. 2 down. Cardinals have Trevor Rosenthal getting loose in the pen.
I like the fact that last night Trevor did not pitch. Of course, Manus went out there in the 9th inning, and that was just a fiasco. But you know, that bullpen had been so good. I mean, it was due for one like that. The bullpen for the Cardinals in the month of June gave up a run, an earned run on the first day of the month and the last day of the month, and that was it.
I mean, what they're doing pitching wise is historic. Here's an 0-1 to Peter Borges. Hitless tonight in 3 plate appearances.
What, there was 5 earned runs last night for the Cardinal bullpen in the 9th inning, and their ERA went all the way up to 2.15.
Here's a 1-1.
It's also been around. This is his 13th big league season.
He's come back from Tommy John. He was comeback player of the year at one point. Most thought his career was over back in 2009. Had a serious arm injury. He was able to come back, compete at the highest level, and at times dominate coming out of the pen. Two balls, 2 strikes.
He has 2 home runs. Not asking too much for him to hit one out right now. The do fact.
The 2-2. Borges grounded back to the pitcher, grounded out to short, lined out to right. This crowd has been waiting. Cardinals with just 5 hits.
Great crowd.
Three and 2.
Somehow, some way, get on base. Xavier Scruggs would be pinch hitting. See a fastball. I think probably the slider or changeup. Want the changeup, didn't want the fastball. Settle for the slider.
3-2 pitch. Borges stays alive.
Just got a little piece of that. Seen Peter chase a lot of pitches. And what I find most disturbing is how many fastball strikes he takes.
He's facing one of the toughest right-handers right now in the National League. 4 home runs this season, gave up 5 all of last year, 8 earned runs this year, 9 all of last season.
Fastball away.
And the 3-2. Good at bat by Peter Borges.
That's what we're talking about. They play in a big ballpark, and their staff has given up a lot of home runs this year.
That's the 6th walk the Cardinals have received tonight. Xavier Scruggs will be the pinch hitter.
If Borges doesn't score, they'll be their 9th stranded runner. And he score and turn it over to Trevor, and we call it a victory.
Borges with 4 stolen bases in 10 attempts. First pitch to Scruggs, and that's strike 1.
Xavier's done a nice job since coming up. And to see where he wants to be a little more part of things. Big gap in left center. Dustin up and very deep in left.
Facing his hometown team. Grew up in San Diego. His parents, T. Smith, from his time in college.
Teammates, weren't they? Or
Dad didn't play baseball, but they knew each other.
Right.
Very good friends. And Xavier telling us that Ozzy's been very, very helpful for him, and in particular in spring training. Big lead by Peter Borges. Not running. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Borges has shown good power in the minor leagues, but he's come up here right now. He's done a pretty good job of just battling.
Taken low. Did not go. 2 balls, 1 strike. Well, do you take the chance and start Borges on a 2-1 count? Been caught 6 times. Or do you say let Xavier try to get a ball in the gap or out of the ballpark?
It just doesn't relate to him being thrown out 6 times with his speed. You have to have an arrogance, an attitude as a base stealer. Speed is a big part of it, but it's, you defy people to throw you out. Lou Brock used to go and tell catchers, You're like Gary Grody. I'm going to steal off you. There's no way you can throw me out. Make him so mad. And you do it.
Well, he's the lead now.
Yeah. Juan did the right thing. You just step off, and if he steps off and he makes another step towards second, you spin and throw it. Run right at him, get him to commit that way.
Three and one.
I do think that Borges can get into the head of someone like Benoit, and not so much like you're stealing, but you almost have a big lead, but you know you're not going because you want to get back, but you want to get in the head. And a lot of the closers of today, they want to start innings because they can't stop a running game, especially the big guys. They're slow to the plate. Everything he does is a little, he's about 10 times faster than Lee Smith, but you kind of get that idea.
I think everybody in the league might have been faster.
6'4", 250. And Lee did things at his pace.
3-1 pitch to Xavier Scruggs, and it's a base hit off the glove of the shortstop Barmes, and Borges winds up at third. First pinch hit for Xavier Scruggs. Runners at the corners and 2 down.
Scruggs, comes through right there. One of the rare hits, a right-handed batter off of Benoit, and then with Barmes deflecting that ball, slowing it down to where it doesn't get to Justin Upton. That allowed Borges to get to third.
Sunday, the FIFA Women's World Cup final is here. A rematch in the making. Team USA takes on the defending champ Japan. Sunday at 4, only on your local Fox station. Runners at first and third for Colton Wong. Benoit has had, when he's had issues, they've come against left-handed batters. That's where he's given up all his home runs this year. Wong with 2 outs and a chance to put the Cardinals on top.
Still, a lot of teams are not quite aware of Colton Wong and his pop.
9 home runs this year for the Cardinals second baseman. The 1-0. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Key at bat maybe in this game. Peter Borges drawing a walk with 2 outs and nobody on. One and 2. Wong is struck out. He's been hit by a pitch, grounded back to the pitcher, and flied out to right. He's in the hole. 1 and 2. One-two pitch sends us to the ninth. shorthanded 10 in this game. The Cardinals turn it over to their closer, Trevor Rosenthal. Our Chevy called to the pen. 4 of his last 6 appearances have not been save opportunities. And we have a tie game, 3-3.
Trevor's been pitching very, very well. 22 2/3 consecutive scoreless innings. That's the longest streak now that Scherzer gave up a run tonight. And Trevor has just been very, very good. Striking out a batter per inning.
Jed Jerko. And he looks at a ball at 95 miles an hour. It'll be Jerko, Hedges, and Barmes. Benoit pitched out of the jam. Sends us to the 9th, tied up at 3-3. 2 balls, no strikes.
And only 3 games Rosenthal has appeared in this season in which the Cardinals didn't win. All went extra innings. So let's have a 1-2-3 and let's win it here in the bottom of the 9th for him, and don't send it to extras.
2-1. Jerko reached on an error by Randall Grichuk in the 2nd inning. He struck out and popped out. That's a strike. 2-2. Cardinals have talked about simplifying Rosenthal's mechanics, which began in spring training, and that has paid off.
It really has. Remember last year his problem was walking and usually the first man.
Driven into right center field. That ball is down all the way to the wall. And Jerko will stop at second base. Leadoff double for the Padres here in the top of the 9th. And this is our Nissan drive of the game.
All out away from him. He's got good pop and power. Leadoff double puts a little more burden on the defense and Trevor, but the neutralizer is that Trevor is a strikeout pitcher. Going over bunt plays right there, if that's what Padres choose to do. Run him over to third base.
Kimbrel is throwing in the pen for San Diego. Corners are in for the Cardinals. Hedges has a walk, a single, an RBI, and grounded out. Squaring to bunt, gets it down, and Rosenthal's only play to first, and a nice hit by Wong. 1 down, and the go-ahead run now at third base.
Low throw right there, but Colton's able to scoop it up. So with 1 out, runner go ahead run at third base. The infield will come in. Barmes, we talked about how many times he's had big hits against the Cardinals. We'll see what happens here.
You think about the possibility of a squeeze here.
I think you have to think of it. Part of the reason I do that is Barmes is kind of one of those fundamental guys.
Exactly.
That, you know, well schooled and knows how to get it down. How hard Rosenthal throws could be a factor against him.
1 ball, 1 strike.
A lot of times as a pitcher, I always want to kind of turn around and tell my fielders, kind of look at them and say bunt, just for the opposition to say, well, we're thinking right along with you to kind of, and we're going to defend it, so don't worry about it. But if you get it down, it's tough to defend. You don't have to have a good bunt. You just have to put it fair.
Two balls, 1 strike. 3-3 game, top of the 9th. Go ahead run at third. Now with 2 strikes, Rosenthal needs a strikeout.
Yep, that's it. You know, before you're looking for a pop-up in the infield, but now with 2 strikes. Can't strike somebody out on the first pitch. Can't do it on the second pitch. But when you get 2 strikes, you can.
The 2-2. Yonder Alonso is moved to the on-deck circle. Last pitch at 99 from Trevor Rosenthal.
Armas did a nice job to lay off. A pitch up there, a lot of times sac fly.
3-2, fouled back.
98, good cut. Armas with 2 strikes this year is batting .149 with 32 strikeouts, 67 ABs. Still got to execute.
3-2 is fought off. Wong the catch and nearly a double play. Big play for the Cardinals and Rosenthal.
Well, Wong so quick. You could see that being one of the ugly type of game winners. That ball gets between the mound and second base, not caught. A run comes home. So really a good job by Jerko to not get doubled off. Really jammed him. And Colton was able to get there and get the double play. Jerko gets back. It's a nice base running because you know he's trying to score. And Alonso, so you know, they only have left-handed hitters, and this is their big gun right now. But they're in a position where you can intentionally pass almost threw that ball away.
I like what Molina just did. He just told Reynolds to come in and get closer to home plate just in case a ball got over his head, and if he needed to have somebody covering the bag at the plate or covering the plate, he would be the guy.
Get there ahead of Rosenthal.
So they pitch around Alonso. Melvin Upton Jr. will be the hitter, the top of the lineup for the Padres. And he is 2 for 4 tonight. Infield hit, base hit to center, grounded out to third, and struck out.
Alonso in 20 games against St. Louis has batted .338, including .417 here at Busch Stadium. So it's the right move. Put him on. Melvin Upton, 2 hits tonight.
And there's strike one.
Started the season with it on the DL with a foot injury. Hadn't had a lot of bats, but one of his bigger nights.
Very tardy with that swing.
Yeah, I mean, he should just blow him away with the fastball.
And here comes the crowd.
And 0-2, you pitch it off the plate, and he'll get himself out.
A chance to win it when we come back. Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. Make a plan to make it home. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. New pitcher is into the game from Louisville, Kentucky. 31-year-old Sean Kelly. And he will get Carpenter, Peralta, and Hayward due up for St. Louis. We are in the bottom of the ninth in a 3-3 game. Shift on for Carpenter. Looks at strike one. Man has been on 3 times, and there's a look at the Chevy call to the pen with Kelly. It's been Ross, Mauer, Benoit, and now Kelly. Carpenter off the end of the bat, and that ball will get down. The winning run is on. It drops in front of Upton Jr. Carpenter on base for the 4th time.
Yeah, good to see that. 2 base hits and a couple walks. He's already scored 2 runs, and he's got an RBI in this game. Let's hope Matt Carpenter turns around the problems in June with a very good July and the rest of the season. Broken bat, but that's the start of what we hope is the winning run.
Now Johnny Peralta. 2 singles, 1 to center, the other to left. He has struck out twice. Peralta earlier this year with a walk-off homer against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Outfield shading him a bit to right center. And a big gap in left center. She pulls that foul past the secret weapon, Jose Oquendo.
And Sean Kelly, his father Pat, played 13 seasons pro ball. Made his major league debut with the Blue Jays in 1980. His uncle Mike Kelly played 6 seasons in the majors. Brother Chris and cousin Dustin played minor league baseball. He was a quarterback and was going to go to the University of Tennessee before turning his full-time attention to baseball.
Peralta is 2 for 6 with the home run against this right-hander. Oh, he got away with that pitch. Johnny knew it too. He tried to knock that out of the ballpark. Whoa, and the catch is made in foul territory by Jerko, and back to first goes Carpenter.
You are exactly right, sir. And Johnny knew that he got his pitch and got too excited with it and popped it up. Sometimes, Dan, you'll throw a pitch like that and you end up winning the game and everyone wants to applaud you, and you know that you were just so lucky you should have lost it.
This tells you how hard it is to hit the baseball.
Oh, absolutely. Think about how hard it is to hit a stationary golf ball.
Hayward into right, base hit. Winning run in scoring position. That's Carpenter. It's another 2-hit night for the Cardinals right fielder, on base for the 3rd time.
The ball was well struck down right in the middle of the zone where a left-handed hitter loves it, but you still have to hit it. It's a couple hits and a walk for Hayward tonight. 2 for 4 with that walk. Now he got the first RBI of the game. Will he get the last?
Big crowd on their feet. One-0 pitch. Molina picked up the first RBI in this game with the bases loaded, 1 out back in the first. Grounding back to the pitcher, scoring Carpenter. Since then, 3 groundouts. He owns 4 career walk-offs, trying to make it 5. The 1-1. Randall Grichuk on deck. You get concerned about those ground balls because you think then in terms from the San Diego perspective, double play. This crowd right now, electric.
Reward them.
The 1-2. 2-2. They shade Molina towards right center.
A lot of room between the shortstop and third baseman. Like you say, he hits a ground ball at one of the fielders. They got their double play.
On 2-2. Oh, what a stop. A flip to the pitcher covering. That's Kelly, and that saved the game. What an outstanding play by Derek Norris to just save the game.
And Dan, there's a lot of people that felt like Norris, not a very good defensive catcher, but probably wasn't good enough to stay at first base. And yet he makes a great, to this point, game-saving stop right there. That ball gets by him, the game's over. And now with 2 outs.
Well, you think about walking Randal Grichuk here to get to Mark Reynolds, who is 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
You know, I think the thinking is you have to respect the fact that, you know, that Reynolds, yeah, he strikes out a ton, but 7 straight years he's hit 20 or more home runs. They'll take their chances with the rookie, but remembering first base is open.
First pitch to Grichuk. Grounded out twice, lined out to center, and has walked. Busch Stadium is ready to erupt. Can Grichuk send us home? 0-2.
This is one part of Grichuk's that game that really has not really developed yet. Hitting with runners in scoring position. We all know how talented he is, how impressive, how the ball jumps off his bat, the long ball potential, but he's still got to learn how to hit with runners in scoring position.
Oh, 0-2 pitch. Very fine play there by Hedges, and that saves the game potentially.
Absolutely. Overthrew the slider, and a great job by the young rookie backstop.
Boy, that's a
good
tough
technique.
play.
Good technique right there, and as you said, a game saver for the moment.
The 1-2. Extra innings coming up. Cardinals strand 2. They have left 12 on in 9 innings of play. Extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Carlos Villanueva, our Chevy called to the pen. Great numbers for Carlos. 30 2/3, 1.17 is ERA. Only 19 appearances as the Cardinals primarily use him in these types of roles.
And this is the 11th extra inning game for the Cardinals. They're 6-4. Villanueva is kind of like the long man, or he's the extra innings man. But he can go multiple innings and really keep hitters off balance.
What has to improve here is what the Cardinals have done with runners in scoring position. Here's Derek Norris. St. Louis 1 for 12 tonight. Now 1 for their last 28 with runners in scoring position. The Padres 1 for 9 as Norris bounces it to third, and Carpenter makes the play. Norris, the reason that we're playing here in the 10th.
That great stop on the ball hit by Yachty. Very hard hit. Dove to his right and snared it. And then the Grichuk strikeout, stranding 2 more.
Here's Matt Kemp, 0 for 2 with a pair of walks. Fastball and a strike. 4 for 5 with a home run against Villanueva.
Well, he's due to get him out.
Molina setting up about a foot outside.
Hit this one.
Well, Villanueva hit his spot. I'm not sure Matt Kemp would be able to hit that baseball.
You know, I don't understand why Molina sets up that far outside.
Carlos has that slow, tantalizing breaking ball.
Yep. Hard to keep your weight back on that one. So you can have a lot of success, but you make those kind of pitches, you don't get burned. Another pitch away, bounce it. And a good breaking ball. And here's where, you know, I know Bob Gibson watching this game, you know, would say don't throw a strike on the inside part of the plate. Stay away. Do that. If you want to go in, you go way in off the plate. But you don't give a pitch on the inner part of the plate where a home run hitter can jerk it and hit it to the short part. Think he's guarding the line?
I'd say so. Outfield is straight away, and here's a 2-2 pitch with 1 out, nobody on, in the top of the 10th. Ground ball hit to short. Peralta. Johnny Peralta has committed 3 errors this year. I mean, he's as steady of a player you're going to find.
I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, he's done everything. Remember when first month, maybe last year, we talked a little about his defense and questioned it. We don't do that anymore.
No.
And if it's within range, you know, he's going to field it. He's going to make a strong, accurate throw. And it always seems like he gets his man by a step. Not much more, but at least a good step.
You think Molina is saying, look, if you walk Upton, it's not the worst thing. We can go get Amarista.
True. You know, you've got a guy that, you know, once again, forget about the 2 for 9. He has the ability to hit another home run off of Villanueva and give them the lead. So you do not give him anything to where he can jerk it.
I mean, you hate to put that go-ahead run on, but you think about your chances with Upton knocking it out of the park or dealing with Amarista, you know, 1 runner on.
Now, if Justin Upton hits a home run, you have to say you made a mistake. If Amarista hits a home run, you go, well, he got lucky.
Fastball and a strike. Villanueva 4 earned runs this season.
See, Upton didn't like that one.
He's given up 3 home runs, all 3 in the 9th inning or later.
You can see why he didn't like that. And again, make sure it's outside.
1-1 pitch.
And I'm sure Justin Upton's saying you called that first pitch outside a ball or strike on me. It forces me to swing at this one, which is even further away.
Sure.
But that's where you let strike one affect your entire at bat and get yourself out.
1-2. Upton has struck out twice tonight, reached on an error, scored a run in the 4th and fly to center.
2-2. You don't want to go 3-2 with him. Fastball away.
The 2-2 pitch.
I said you don't want to go, and I shouldn't have said that because, you know, we are willing to walk him. And so here, you know, you might look for another fastball away or the slider away, but probably out of the strike zone, slider. Look where he sets up, outside out of the strike zone. Good at bat for Upton. You know, that's Cardinals were willing to do it. He was smart enough to take it.
2-out walk, Alexi Amarista.
Now, if you're going to walk him, you got to get the next guy out.
Cardinals have Reynolds, Borges, and Villanueva. Fastball and a strike.
Another pitch out of the strike zone, called a strike. Big difference. You're going to get ahead in the count. It has 15 steals. Looking over to see what they want to do with the base runner. Fastball away. Hit his target, but he set up outside. Out of the strike zone. He did get the first pitch. He had a pitch that was off the plate called, but change up.
One pitch, runner goes, and it's hit out of play. You mentioned it earlier, Upton, 15 stolen bases and is yet to be caught.
Yeah, and then he would have had that one stole, but Amarista fouled off the pitch. And we say thank you. Second strike on him, and Upton has to go back to first. And he wouldn't have the chance.
Yeah, is now in there because of Solarte being ejected back in the 6th inning by home plate umpire Bob Davidson.
Sliders.
1-2 pitch. And a fly ball. Center field. Borges there. Reynolds. Borges. Villanueva coming up. 3-3. The Cardinals have stranded 12 tonight. Mike Reynolds will lead it off. Reynolds a tough night. He's 0 for 4. Looks at a fastball. Second inning of work. A right-hander, Sean Kelly. Oh, 1 pitch. And Reynolds strikes out for the 4th time tonight.
Second strikeout for Kelly in his second inning of work.
Cardinals had the winning run. Third base back in the 9th inning. The strikeout of Grichuk. As Al mentioned, Kelly's lone strikeout prior to Reynolds striking out moments ago. Peter Borges with 1 out, nobody on.
And remember the last 2 games of the homestand for the Padres, they had Seattle in town. Padres were shut out in back-to-back games and only had a total of 4 hits.
Well, it's not like the Cardinals are tearing the cover off the ball right now either, so we could be here a while.
Padres have 6 hits tonight. Cardinals have 8.
1-2. Brings in Carlos Villanueva.
Another slider and another strikeout. 3 in a row for Pat Kelly. Not Pat Kelly, Sean Kelly. They had Pat Kelly. The Cardinals had a Pat Kelly that played here in 1998. Remember, a good friend of Mark McGwire's that magical year.
On the bench for the Cardinals, Cruz and Cosma. And Kelly a strike away from striking out the side. Goodbye.
Longer here in the 3-3 tie. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky feeds your wild side. Oh, that's Danny's favorite read because it means extra innings. The Cardinals go to the 11th inning. Villanueva. Cardinals are expecting more innings for him, and hopefully he'll be the last pitcher employed. He'll pitch for his second inning. The Jerko, Hedges, and Barmas. 6, 7, and 8 for the Padres. Jerko reached base on an error. First time up, struck out in the 4th. Will pop up to 2nd, and then he doubled in the 9th.
Jed Jerko looks at a ball. But Villanueva has more than one inning. .40 ERA. It's happened 10 times this year. Pitching into his second inning now. 1 ball, 1 strike. 3-3 game. Cardinals have stranded 12. San Diego has stranded 8 as we play here in the top of the 11th. Good breaking pitch.
Remember, Jerko came to the big leagues back in 2013. Hit 23 home runs in less than 500 at bats. Last year he dropped down to 10 home runs as they kind of figured him out.
Reaching for it and taps it foul.
And he has 2 home runs this year. Seems like the breaking ball is the pitch they go after him with.
Cardinals will have the top of the lineup coming up.
We've tried a little tricks there. Looked like a little bit of a quick pitch. And a much better swing on a fastball.
See that occasionally from him.
Yeah.
Strikeout for Villanueva, his first of the night. What we know about the back end of their games with Kimbrel is outstanding. This is the Padres comparison from last year to this year. Offense has improved, but the pitching has dropped along with the defensive runs saved. That was the big thing that you heard people around baseball talk about with the addition of Myers and Kemp, the Uptons, is that they would sacrifice defense for offense.
And boy, you know, it just always seems like the winning formula is pitching and defense.
Yeah.
They went against the grain, and they are statistically 3 games better than at this point a year ago. But and I still think the pitching is going to recover.
You know, you think about, though, the Padres, they haven't been to postseason in nearly a decade. They're playing second fiddle, so to speak, to the other teams in Southern California. They're trying to make a splash.
I think they really did believe that they were going to be a contending team this year.
Yes.
And they still could be. But there's some thought, too, that now, okay, you start trading some of these players and try and restock your farm system, because you documented they got rid of a lot of the top prospects.
And that's why the next month could retool that if they wanted to do it that way.
You know, I mean, even a guy like James Shields, he was their big acquisition from a pitching standpoint, but you know, it's a back end of contract, guaranteed at $65 million for 2016 through 18. But there'd be clubs who'd take him.
And a fly ball into center. There's Peter Borges.
Justin Upton is a free agent at the end of the year. You know, there'd be clubs that would take him as a rental or possibly work a deal for long term. But then it almost seems like you're back to where you were before. You know, you improved your farm system, but have you done anything for the big league level?
Clint Barmes with 2 outs. real key at bat was Barmes back in the 9th inning. He hits a fly ball. Hayward is over near the line, near the wall, sliding for it, and a foul ball. Great effort by Jason Hayward. Says, hey man, help me up.
Yeah. Boy, that wall closes in on you real quick, and fans really appreciate that effort. 2-time Gold Glove winner. You see he's trying to track it down, but boy, that ball, Cardinals were lucky that ball was foul. And how that stands jets out right there at that spot. That's a dangerous area.
I think they're going to question as to whether or not he touched this.
That could determine whether it's fair or foul.
Because he's in fair territory when he touched it, I believe. And after seeing the second replay, I believe that's why they're doing this.
Well, the good thing is it would be a ground rule double. You know, wouldn't be in a situation if it stays in playing field. It could have been more like a triple. Boy, that's
maybe
real
they're just seeing whether or not it's even a foul ball. That may be a fair ball, whether or not he touched it.
Well, from the third base dugout, Pat Murphy'd have a pretty good look. He played 4 years of professional baseball in the Giants and Padres chain. Pat Murphy, the interim manager, and he was at Notre Dame. He was coaching at Notre Dame. Then he had another little small school before going to Arizona State, and he was very successful there. And he's 6 years in the Padres farm system as a manager. And it was kind of interesting too, because apparently one major league club wanted to take him to the big leagues as a coach, and they did not give him permission, which normally they do, but he understood, and he's going to second base.
Yeah, so it's a ground rule double for Clint Barmes. We're talking about the importance of his at bat back in the 9th, which was a soft liner with a runner at third base, only one out, and caught by Colton Wong. You know what I liked about that? They actually made the decision fairly quickly, and let's get the game moving.
Yeah, and here's what they saw.
Looks like it hit the line.
I guess I'm so busy watching to see if it touched his glove, but I didn't really see the hit the line. But
I think it did hit the chalk. Yeah.
Oh, they had a good look at it. Much better than Mike Matheny and the Cardinals.
Sure.
Yeah, you had to touch first base. You can't just run out to second base. You have to run the bases. So you see him touch first. Umpire making sure. Where that Indiana State education came through, didn't it?
Oh, sure.
First, then second.
Here's Will Venable off the bench. So left now for the bench of San Diego, Brett Wallace. 2 outs, runner at second base, and that's well hit into right center field, and this ball is gone. 2-run homer. Will Venable off the bench, and the Padres have the lead.
We need 3 in the bottom. There's that breaking ball. Molina set well outside. Breaks too much over the plate. He's got those long arms and reach. Great effort by Hayward, but it's a souvenir.
And a strike to Melvin Upton Jr. Ground ball that's hit to third, taken by Carpenter, and he makes the play. Cardinals trail by 2. Bottom of the 11th rolls in when we come back on Fox Sports Midwest. happened so quickly, but at the time I was thinking, would the Cardinals even pitch to Will Venable with Melvin Upton Jr. on deck? But they did. And now they've got to face Kimbrel down by 2 runs.
I think it's one of those situations with 2 outs. You kind of just, last thing you're thinking is going to hit a home run. But you did, and now you turn it over to Mr. Automatic. Fastest ever to 200 saves, and he has been outstanding. Reached 200 saves in his 318th career game. Since a full season in 2011, he leads Major League in saves with 204, 53 more than his closest competitor.
That pitch is popped up by Colton Wong. Cardinals have the top of the lineup here in the home half of the 11th and down by 2. His numbers against the Cardinals, 16 games.
Not only does he throw hard, but he's got a devastating off-speed breaking ball. How about this, Dan? He has successfully converted 16 consecutive extra inning saves.
Is that late break and hard? 87.
19 of 20 saves this season. Not a big guy. Has that kind of weird stance when he looks in to get his signal.
One-two pitch. Wong puts it in play. A little bouncer, and the tying run will come to the plate. First 6 games of the 16 that Kimbrel has faced the Cardinals. 0-2 with an ERA that was close to 7. In his last 10, 9 for 9 in save opportunities, a 0 ERA.
Weren't you shocked when you saw that the wire where he had been traded?
Yes. Because he's still young.
Yeah, and you know
he's one of the best. He's in the prime of his career.
Yeah, if you're gonna close out a game, you got to have an outstanding closer, and there was nobody better for Atlanta.
And if you're redoing your team, which the Braves are doing, you know, if you have a chance to win those games, you got to win them with a young team. Some of the young pitchers that they have. Front shoulder closed, arm dangles from the right side.
Just doesn't look comfortable.
And a 1-0 pitch to Matt Carpenter. Late with that swing, 98 miles an hour. Carpenter's had a nice night. On base 4 times. Pair of walks, runs scored twice, and an RBI. Here's a 1-1 pitch.
.98 miles an hour. Carpenter's had one of his better games in a while. Make him throw strikes.
Big gap in right center. 2-1 pitch. Hits it the other way. Slicing, and the catch is made on the run by Upton.
That's where that great speed of Upton pays off right there. Just carried a little bit too far, and Upton tracks it down.
I was at the cage yesterday watching Carpenter take BP. He must have done that 10 consecutive times with a little more authority, but just taking the ball the other way. Peralta 0 for 2 against Kimbrel in his career.
And I used to love to watch Ted Simmons take batting practice. Teddy would never even try and hit a home run. All he tried to do is hit line drives the opposite way.
From both sides of the plate.
Both sides of the plate, just try to get his timing, and just, you know, never thought of, you know, trying to sit there and play home run derby.
Sure.
That's why he was as good a hitter, pure hitter in the National League at that time.
1 ball, 1 strike. Now, this is one of those situations you get the leadoff man on, and you just hope, if you're not going to win the game, make him earn it, work for it, get the pitch count up. May come back to pay dividends later in the series or tomorrow. And Peralta hits a fly ball into shallow right center. 2 outs, and we turn to our Budweiser player of the game, and it's Will Venable coming off the bench and connecting with a 2-run homer off of Carlos Villanueva. That's our Budweiser player of the game, Will Venable. Final hope, Jason Hayward, 2 former teammates, Hayward and Kimbrel. I'm sure for many fans in Atlanta, they thought these two would be fixtures for years.
Oh. A lot of people lost bets. That would have seemed like a safe one.
Fielder's indifference as Colt Wong will take second base. Oh, and 2. And the Cardinals down to their final strike.
And Dan, if you're a pitcher, you always know there's possibility of a trade, so you're always trying to think, okay, how would I pitch one of my teammates? And I think Jason Hayward's going, I've always wondered what it was like to face this guy. He's so lights out. Well, now you get the opportunity.
Here's an 0-2. Hayward, line drive into left. Upton is there from one Atlanta Brave, former Brave, to another. Last 3-game losing skid at home for the Cardinals was July of last season. And the Padres take game 1. Will Venable, 2-run blast in extra innings, and the Padres hold on for a 5-3 win.
And the Padres hit 3 home runs against the Cardinals tonight. Cardinals can look back and say that they stranded 13 runners. Shouldn't have gone to extra innings.
We've got the postgame show coming up next. Rick Horton standing by with Pat Paris. All the stats, highlights, they'll go around Major League Baseball. 5-3, the final postgame comes your way next.